storms that are moving in from Alabama, pushing into northwest Georgia. We're going to watch these storms as they continue pushing over toward the east, eventually making it into the Atlanta area. All the models are indicating we should see this system weakening as it gets closer to Atlanta, but still it's going to have some pockets of heavy rain with it, some thunder and lightning, the potential for some strong winds in association with it as well as it gets closer to us here in Atlanta, but most likely not as strong as the storms have been back into parts of Alabama, as we've seen numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. You will notice, though, we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for northwest Georgia, for parts of Dade and also Walker counties here. Chattooga County, right here, just north of Rome, is included in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We also have the severe thunderstorm watch in effect for parts of northwest Georgia that has been expanded to include more counties down to and just to the south of I-20 over near the Georgia-Alabama line. So this is all what I'm going to be breaking down for you coming up for the next few minutes. We'll be doing multiple weather updates and extended discussions here on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7 throughout the evening hours tonight. Let me come over here, though, and show you what we're watching right now with these storms that are over into parts of northwest Georgia. Now, before I get over to northwest Georgia, I do want to show you one lone cell that we're watching over here in Hall County. This is just north of Gainesville. Take a look at this here in the Hall County area between Gainesville and Lula. This is just one lone shower with some very heavy rain that is pushing through there right now, and some thunder and lightning. I'm going to look at velocity just to make sure. A lot of times with these storms, I'm not seeing anything that looks like rotation there with that. A lot of times with some of these discrete cells that we see that develop ahead of a main line, sometimes you have to watch those for anything kind of funny going on within those, but we don't see anything really too bad with that. But this is from Gainesville. Again, between Gainesville and Lula and Claremont, this is where we have this band of very heavy rain that's drifting up toward the north, and it'll have more rain moving into the Claremont area in just a little bit. Now, around Atlanta, we are actually fine right now, but if you look up toward the north and west of us, this is where we're watching that main line of showers and storms that are moving in. And we do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. This new one just now issued here that includes Floyd County and the Rome area. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. I'll put this up here for you so you can see those counties that we're talking about. This is for Chattooga, Floyd, Gordon, and Polk counties. So it doesn't include all of those counties. Excuse me, it really does include most all of Floyd County. It also includes a part of Polk County, the northwestern parts of Polk County, also into Gordon County here. Floyd County I mentioned, and then Chattooga County is included in this too, as we're watching this line of storms coming through Fort Payne along Interstate 59 in Alabama. That's going to be crossing over the line. So it's this part right here in Fort Payne that's going to be moving in to Catoosa, Floyd, Gordon, and also parts of Polk County. Now, we already have those to the north of it that have prompted additional severe thunderstorm warnings. We have those here up near the Whitfield County area, also Dade and Walker counties. In this part right here, especially this part in Walker County near Lafayette, where we have that heavy rain that's coming through right now. And the main threat with those are strong winds and also the potential for some hail, excuse me, some hail with that as well. Let me show you the hail sizes that we have. Now, this is only picking up smaller hail up around Boynton here into parts of Chattooga, actually Catoosa County here. So just some hail in association with it and some strong winds too. We're going to keep watching those hail cores to see if we see any stronger activity out of that there in those spots. We'll put it back to reflectivity. And the lightning data is still there. It just looks a little bit smaller here. But that is that leading edge of those showers and storms that are pushing into northwest Georgia right now with the very heavy rain. That's going to be approaching Dalton, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect also for Whitfield County and for Chattooga County as this line continues to move over to the east, and then stretching down now, about to move into areas of Chattooga County here, and then into Floyd County as well as that line continues to push in from Alabama. Now, Northwest Georgia is the part of the state that is a little more favored for some of these storms to turn severe. Once they get to Atlanta, we still think that they will be a little bit weaker. Now, I'm going to put this into motion here for you, and you'll be able to see here what I'm talking about, where we have the initial leading edge of this line in Northwest Georgia. Again, it goes down pretty much Interstate 59 toward Birmingham. So the heaviest rain has just moved through Birmingham, where they have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. But it's this part of the system that still has to go all the way through Anniston and then into Cleburne, Randolph County, and then into West Georgia. So that's still going to take a little while before that gets here. And by the time it gets here, we will see the sun going down and we will be losing some of the afternoon heating here into the evening hours. And we think that our air may stabilize just a little bit. So even though these storms aren't going to totally fall apart, we do think that they will at least start to weaken somewhat, pushing into West Georgia and then moving into the metro area a little bit after that. I don't think that they'll be here in the Atlanta area until maybe 9, 10 o'clock tonight, as that line is going to be approaching here from the west. Still, we think it's going to have some rain with it, thunder and lightning, and maybe some gusty winds, maybe some small hail, but not as strong by the time it gets here compared to what they're dealing with back into parts of Alabama right now, with the entire line that has those severe thunderstorms along with it. So I keep checking here. Just got some new information. Let me check this really quick. We just got some new information on that cell that I was telling you about in Hall and Banks County. So yeah, this cell here in Hall and Banks that I showed you a little while ago, this is what I'm talking about right here. All right, that one that was just north of Gainesville. This is the first thing I showed you when we were joining you just a little bit ago. It is showing up to 40-mile-an-hour winds, nickel-size hail, and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. It is moving to the northeast at 15 miles an hour. So again, just keeping an eye on that cell. Very lone cell, well ahead of this main line. That's in northern parts of Hall County, moving into Banks County. Also would be impacting the Central Banks and Hall County between now and about 7:30. So we'll keep an eye on that one for you as well. Let me get back to my main menu here because I want to make sure I don't miss anything else that's coming in. Okay, everything's looking good there. So we have additional warnings now that have just been issued, including the Anniston area going down toward Talladega. All right, so all of that is in advance of this line. The Weather Service warning people before the line actually moves on in. I'm going to widen out a little bit and show you here how this stretches south of Birmingham too, going down I-20, and look at all the lightning in association with that. I'm going to put it in live mode, and let's query this entire area, and we'll do the entire thing there because I want you to see how much lightning is in association with this. More than 1,000 lightning strikes from North Georgia into Tennessee, stretching down through Alabama to the south and west of us before you get to the Mississippi line. So about 1,000 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period with this. And what I'm going to keep doing as we watch the system progress closer to us, I'm going to keep a count of this lightning pretty much for that same area. So from south of Montgomery to Tennessee, over to the west of Atlanta or to the east of Atlanta and Macon. I'm going to do a similar count as this moves in closer to us so that we can see if this lightning count is going up or coming down. If we see the lightning count coming down, that'll be a good indicator that the storms are showing signs of weakening, and that's what we're going to be watching for as they continue to push into the Atlanta area. I'm going to go back to radar in just a second, but I want to show you this update here from the National Weather Service. If you were watching us earlier and taking a look at the maps that we were showing here on 11 Alive Plus, or if you were watching us during our newscast tonight, we were telling you about the severe thunderstorm watch that was in effect roughly from Rome to Cartersville over to Cherokee County northward. But the National Weather Service added a few counties in West Georgia to this watch right before right before I went on with you just a few minutes ago there at the top of the hour. They did add Polk County, Haralson County, Carroll County, and Paulding County to that severe thunderstorm watch. The expiration time still is at 11 o'clock tonight. So additional counties on the west side have now been added to that severe thunderstorm watch now, as those storms come through. Just got a pea-sized hail and ringgold here up in North Georgia, there in parts of Catoosa County. So we're getting a confirmation of that from an emergency manager that is in Catoosa County, and some ham radio operators there too. So good information coming in that we're seeing right now too. Now I want to go back to radar because I want you to see these areas again that we're watching here. That line pushing in, those severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now, the newest ones now from Anniston to Talladega, that is to the east of Birmingham. So Cleburne County in Alabama, you most likely are going to be next for any new severe thunderstorm warnings. We may see some additional warnings coming in for parts of Polk County, Haralson County, Carroll County a little while once this line continues to move in. I'm going to put this back to our hail mode so that we can see any other areas of hail in that line there over into Alabama. We've got a couple of spots here. Here's Anniston. We've got some hail with that. Also west of Talladega, some hail with that. So that is also something, you know, in order to have a thunderstorm become classified as severe, you have to have hail an inch or larger in diameter, as well as winds of 58 miles an hour or greater. And that's what we've been seeing mainly in these storms that are continuing to move in. And of course, these have a lot of lightning with them as well. So that's the main thing we're watching. In Atlanta, we're actually fine right now, but we're keeping an eye on those storms, though, that are out to the west as they'll continue to move into our direction during the nighttime hours. I want to walk you through, well, let me show you some tower cams first. Here's what we're watching in Rome, all right? So, and I'll go ahead and put this up full screen so you can see it a little bit better here. This is in Rome where the flag is blowing a little bit. You can see the darker clouds with those storms that are brewing to the west of Rome. Floyd County is included in that severe thunderstorm watch. I also want to show you Truist Park. We have a lot of people at Truist Park right now for the Braves game. And the Dodgers are in town. This is a big-time series that's going on here. And we're thinking that even though there's a low risk for a couple of showers before the game, you know, or while the game is going on, we think the better chance or the higher chance for storms, showers and storms, will be most likely 9 to 10 o'clock tonight when the main part of that system is going to be moving into our area. Here is a look at what we're watching. I showed you the severe thunderstorm watch, but here is a look at the convective outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, showing that large level 3 of 5 risk. That's the tan color that you see here, going from Texas through Louisiana to Mississippi, northern Alabama, Tennessee, up into Kentucky. And that level 3 of 5 risk does include parts of northwest Georgia. And that's timing out with what we're seeing right now with those stronger storms in northwest Georgia, prompting those severe thunderstorm warnings there. It comes down to a level 2 in the yellow for really Atlanta northward, north of I-20, where we have that level 2 risk. And then west and south of that is a level 1 of 5 risk. And that's showing where the severe weather threat is going to be a little lower as these move over to the east. And we again think that these will be a little weaker by the time they get into our area. Then we have the level 1 risk for tomorrow over North Georgia and Metro Atlanta and areas down to the south of us, as we're watching additional rain that's going to be coming through tomorrow. Now, not a lot of the ingredients are there for severe weather. The instability levels are a little bit lower tomorrow, which is a little bit better for us. So again, it's just a lower risk for maybe some isolated storms that are going to be turning strong here during the day for tomorrow. So as we're watching these storms, mainly between 7 and midnight tonight, we'll be watching more of those storms moving in. Keep the umbrella with you tonight as well as during the day tomorrow. We have warm air in place ahead of this. We got up to 86 for a high today. We're hoping we'll see some cooler air coming in as these storms get closer to us. So here's the timeline of what we're watching here. We have at 8 o'clock tonight, this main line. It's already here in north and west Georgia, but watch us here in Atlanta, how that's going to be pushing in. We're thinking 9, 10 o'clock for the Atlanta area, but notice how the reds and oranges with this, indicating the heavier rain or the stronger storms with that, shrinks up a little bit. And the main ingredients north of the city, not as much on the south side. Yeah, you'll have some rain, potentially thunder and lightning there, but just not as much action there on the south side. And as that moves over to the east, it pretty much falls apart. By 1 o'clock in the morning, a lot of this stuff is already out of here, and it is a lot weaker over to the east of us. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to start off with clouds around. Should be rain-free. Once we get to about 10 o'clock, we have this next wave coming in with some showers, maybe some thunder and lightning with that. This one doesn't look that threatening or anything right now. That comes through at lunchtime, falls apart. In the afternoon, we have some breaks, and then the main part ahead of the front comes in later on Saturday night. This is at 5 o'clock on Saturday. We have the line approaching from Alabama, sweeping through. This is at 8 o'clock on Saturday, pushing through our area. Again, not seeing as much red with the heaviest rain. And again, not seeing a lot of the ingredients needed for severe storms tomorrow night with this. But again, we have to keep an eye on that. And then that sweeps through the area. Once it gets into Athens at 10 o'clock, it'll be a lot lighter, and then some drier air filters in. And then we're done with the rain and the severe weather threats. We'll just watch Sunday morning clouds clearing out to give us more sunshine, and then we will dry out for the rest of the day here on Sunday. So I'm going to give you a little break here. We're going to put you back to the maps that you'll be able to watch the radar and monitor this for the next few minutes. I believe I'm going to try to come back on at 7:30. I'm going to try to give you updates at least once or twice an hour here through the evening hours. And once this gets closer to Atlanta, I may stay on a little bit longer here with you. But I just wanted to let you guys know what's happening in Northwest Georgia, watching these storms get closer to us. They'll be approaching the Atlanta area later on tonight, most likely 8, 9, 10 o'clock, or more like 9, 10 o'clock tonight, pushing into the Atlanta area. And again, we hope that they will be weaker by the time they get here for our area. So stay with us. I'll plan to do another live update coming up at 7:30, at least on Weather Impact 24/7. We most likely will carry that on our main feed as well on 24/7 here on 11 Alive Plus. And of course, a lot more updates for you coming up during the evening hour. So stay with us. was talking about just a few moments ago, where we are watching the showers and storms that are moving through the area. They are severe in northwest Georgia. This entire line is going to be moving toward the metro area in just a little bit, but once it gets to Atlanta, it is going to be weaker. So we have the strong storms with severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Whitfield County, Murray County, also down into parts of western Gordon County, Floyd County, parts of Chattooga County right here in the northern parts of Polk County. This is still very active back into Alabama. That's about to push into Cleburne County, Alabama, where we have some storms that are going to be moving in there. Most likely, they will have a severe thunderstorm warning coming up in just a little bit. So that's the main line that is out to the west. Here in Atlanta, we're actually fine. We're also keeping an eye on these storms in northern Hall County. I'm going to zoom back into those because y'all couldn't hear me talking there a second ago. Again, that was totally my bad there. But there are a couple of cells that we're watching here. One in the southern parts of Lumpkin County, not too far off from Murrayville, northern Hall County, this. North of Gainesville, there are some pictures circulating on social media where people are claiming that there was a tornado or a funnel coming out of the clouds in near Dawsonville Highway in the northern parts of Hall County. The Weather Service has not been seeing any rotation out of it. I checked velocity when I started hearing about these pictures. I did not see any rotation out of it at all, but it's something that I am interested in seeing and analyzing those pictures here. But just know that these are some discrete cells ahead of that main line with some heavy rain, thunder, and lightning in northern Hall and also the southern parts of Lumpkin County there. But let's widen out again. I want to show you this part that we have. The strongest part of this now is into areas of northwest Georgia. And northwest Georgia is the part of our state that is going to be a little more favored for a severe weather threat, where we have these strong storms that are moving through right now, and they're stretching back toward the Rome area. Alabama is more favored for severe weather, but by the time this pushes into West Georgia and then eventually into the metro area, we think that they're going to weaken because the sun's going down after 8 o'clock. We're already seeing our temperatures dropping a little bit. 86 was our high today. Right now we're in the lower 80s. And then once the sun goes down, those temperatures will fall a little bit more. And we'll see the instability with the lack of that heating start to come down somewhat. So that's why we think some of these storms are going to weaken a little bit more as they push in a little bit closer to the metro Atlanta area. And we don't think that they'll be in Atlanta till most likely 9, even closer to 10 o'clock tonight. And I do think, again, that they're going to be weaker. So that's what the whole part of this is that we're watching, is this now as the sun is getting closer to sunset, is to see how much cooling we get and how much more stable the air gets as this line moves in, and just making sure that these storms weaken as they move into the area as well. I'll put this into motion here for you. And you can see how this is moving over toward the east, coming in from Alabama. These storms still looking impressive there with a lot of heavy rain now into areas of Murray County. So Fannin and Gilmer County, you would be next in line potentially for severe thunderstorm warning. Western Fannin, right there, that northern part, you do have a warning there in your area. In fact, let me get in a little bit closer so you guys can see what we're talking about. This is going to be bearing down on Blue Ridge, actually into the Gilmer County area right now, getting closer to Ellijay, pushing closer to Higdon, and then getting closer to Blue Ridge in just a little while there with that very heavy rain coming in. This is the strongest part of that we see right now. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, that is for this part right here for Gordon County. Let me look at that really quick and just make sure that I'm getting the right information here. In fact, I will put it up here for you so you can see this is for Bartow, Gordon, and Pickens counties. It just barely gets into Pickens County right here. So just that little bit of Pickens right here, this little bit of Bartow right there, mainly for Gordon County with this part right here near Calhoun. What I'm seeing from this is it is moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail are the main things that we're seeing with it as it moves over to the east. So let me show you here the hail with it. Okay, so we do have that hail right there in the north of Calhoun, there in Gordon County. Let me put a hail size on here. That blue right there is showing hail a little bit larger than an inch in diameter. So Here's Ranger, Fairmount, Leudeville, Talking Rock, Ellijay right here in Gilmer, all right? This is along 136, right there on the county lines that you see there from Gordon County moving into those areas to the north. So this is where we see at 136, 411, 76 right here in this area is where we see some of that larger hail. That is moving in, and that is prompting the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. That's right near Fidel, moving closer to Bloodtown right here. It'll be crossing over 411 in just a little bit over toward Oakman and 136 as well. So that's where we have a larger hail core right now in those areas of southern Murray County and the far northern parts of Gordon County. Let me put the radar back on so you can see that reflectivity. The radar should sweep back on here in just a second here. There we go. With that heavier rain. And this is in effect until 8:15 for this latest warning there in Gordon County. So again, this stretching up to the north, waiting to see if the rest of Fannin and if Gilmer County is going to be included in a warning as this is about to cross over the county lines. I'm expecting that at any moment. Gordon County now ahead of this line. You've been added to that warning, and then waiting to see if Cleburne County gets included because this moving through is classified as severe near Jacksonville, Alabama, and closer to Gadsden and Cedar Bluff. So I expect Cleburne would be next, and they may include Polk County, Haralson County, maybe Carroll County with that as the line gets closer, because the Weather Service likes to get out ahead of that line to warn people, of course, before it gets in there. So again, these storms extend back now. The strongest part of that has already moved through Birmingham, so now we're waiting for this part still to get through Cleburne and Randolph, and then that would move into western Georgia here, and then it's still going to be a while before the main part, which would be this part here, gets into Atlanta. That's why we're thinking it wouldn't be till 9, 10 o'clock tonight, potentially, with those storms that are going to be rolling into the area. Still with some heavy rain and thunder and lightning, but again, we think it's going to be weakening, but by the time it pushes into the Atlanta area just a little bit later on. Here again, let me put this into motion so you could get a good look at how this is moving here. What I want to do is I'm going to put this back in live mode. If you were watching us earlier when we did one of our reports at 7 o'clock, I'm going to do a lightning count out of all this area, and I'm trying to do the same size box as I did earlier to get all the lightning in there. Earlier, this was over 1,000 lightning strikes in a minute period. 753 is still a lot, but what I'm watching here as I did this lightning count 40 minutes ago, it had more than 1,000 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. The fact that it's come down a little bit is showing us that it's weakening just somewhat. And if that lightning count continues to come down, that is going to be the indicator that as this moves over to the east, it's weakening a little bit more. But still, 700 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period out of all this, that's still a lot of lightning. Still a lot of electricity there in association with these storms. But what I'm going to be watching, though, for the rest of the evening hours will be those trends. Excuse me, the allergies are kicking up. I always get allergies at the end, closer to the end of the season, rather than when we're in the thousands. So that's what I'm having to deal with. So sorry for the coughing there. But that is a good indicator that maybe we are seeing some weakening, but still don't let your guard down as these storms are going to be moving on into our area. I'll clear this out for you, and I'll put this back into motion, and we'll watch those storms as they are moving in. In fact, I'm going to take the lightning data off just so you can get a good look at all of the reds and yellows and oranges in association with these storms as they move in. So Rome about to get hit by some of that heavier rain. Gordon County, you already have it. Murray County, you have it. Now that's pushing into Gilmer and Fannin. I really expect any moment now for these counties here to be included in a severe thunderstorm warning just a little bit. So I'm sure that'll happen here in just a little bit. And then again, maybe Cleburne County coming up soon with a severe thunderstorm warning as we're watching this line of showers move in. Now, update on the severe thunderstorm watch. Earlier, if you were watching at 6 o'clock earlier tonight, and at 5 o'clock, we were talking about this severe thunderstorm watch that was as far south as Rome and Floyd County, Bartow and Cherokee County, that line northward. Well, at 7 o'clock or just before 7, the National Weather Service added in Polk County, Haralson County, Carroll County, and Paulding County to that severe thunderstorm watch. The expiration time is still at 11 o'clock tonight, but they added in a few more counties, again, as we're watching those storms that are pushing in from Alabama that may hold together a little bit longer here into West Georgia, but they have not included Atlanta yet. If those storms are showing signs that they aren't weakening, then the Weather Service would reconsider and maybe add Atlanta into the watch. But if we see the weakening trends happening there, they may not extend that into the Atlanta area here. Let's look at a couple of cameras. This is our camera in Rome. I'm going to show this to you full screen so you can get a good look at that right now, where you see the dark clouds that are coming in. I had mentioned here, we're looking to the west, right now. And the strongest storms for Rome are actually up to the north. So we're looking westward. You can see the dark clouds. We may see the rain coming into Rome. I expect it at any moment to be pushing into the Rome area. That'll be moving in just a little bit. Here is a live look. This is Truist Park, where we have a lot of folks in the stadium right now watching the Braves and Dodgers game. And a lot of people are hoping that the rain is going to stay away. So at least they're getting this game started. Depending on how long it goes tonight, we're thinking 9, 10 o'clock is going to be the time frame when we see the better chance for showers that are going to be moving into the Atlanta area for tonight. Another look right now, this is the convective outlook that shows those areas there of a really large area of a level 3 of 5 risk. That's the tan color that goes from Texas through Louisiana, parts of Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, into Kentucky, and then a little bit of North Georgia, Northwest Georgia included in that level 3 risk. That is the area more favored for severe storms, and that's where they are happening right now. Level 2 risk is in yellow for parts of West Georgia and a bigger area of North Georgia, generally north of I-20. South of I-20, it's a level 1 risk for tonight. Again, that is there because of the thought that these storms will be a little bit weaker as they start moving into our area. But it also is telling us, don't let your guard down, because even if they're weaker than they are in Alabama, they could still be strong with some heavy rain, gusty wind, maybe 50, 60 mile an hour winds, and some small hail possible with these as well. But by the time it gets to Atlanta southward, that's why we think it's going to be a lot weaker. And then tomorrow, we have a level 1 of 5 risk. I'm going to be interested to see if tomorrow the Storm Prediction Center includes any part of our area in a level 2 of 5 risk. However, not all the ingredients are going to be there tomorrow for a severe weather threat. I was looking at the instability. It's on the lower end. There is some instability there, but it's on the lower end. So again, tomorrow, be on guard. Multiple waves of rain coming in tomorrow, one in the morning hours, let's say, mid-morning to around lunchtime, then some breaks in the afternoon, then the main line coming in on Saturday night that will have the bands of heavier rain moving in. So really between now and midnight is what we're watching for as more of these storms move in from the north and west. Keep the umbrella with you, not only during the evening hours here tonight, but also during the day tomorrow as we see those additional storms that are moving in. Let's go back to radar. We just got, okay, that's what I was waiting for right there. We now have parts of Fannin and Gilmer County now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. I'll put this up for you so you can see that, and we'll look at the expiration time with that as well. That is showing it will be in effect until 8:45 for Fannin, Gilmer, and Murray counties. I think y'all can see that there on the screen, until 8:45. So it is this little part of Murray, a good chunk of Fannin right here, north and western Fannin, and then a lot of Gilmer County as that line moves in. The main thing we're watching with this cell is 60 mile an hour winds and quarter-size hail. As it's moving over to the east, let me get the speed on that, at 15 miles an hour. I'm going to look here at the hail again. Okay, so we are seeing some, that's a good little bit of hail right there. West of Higdon and McKaysville, right here, that's a good little cell right there that has some hail with it. Let me get the hail size on that. That most likely, if I can get that blue color right there, close to 1 inch in diameter. Again, moving over to the east. So that part of the hail, let me put this back to reflectivity. And I'm going to widen out just a little bit, and we will, it's going to take us just a second there for everything to populate on here. where I'm going to put a time of arrival on here as that's moving over toward the east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. It was right about there, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So that would take it in. The reflectivity is going to show up here in just a minute. Into Colwell at 7:52, into Higdon at 7:55, Blue Ridge at 8:07, and then eventually into Blairsville at 8:52 if it holds together that long, moving on over to the east. So another look here as we are going to put this into motion. So yeah, that reflectivity will come back here in just a bit. Also, another new development here, Cleburne and Randolph County, you've been included in the severe thunderstorm warning as well, just over the Alabama line. So I would think Polk already has one for the northwest part. Polk County, Haralson County, Carroll, and Heard County will most likely be next for severe thunderstorm warnings to be issued here for your area. So another break here. I'll be back on at 8 o'clock as we do another update. In the meantime, while I take a little break, just to make sure that I'm getting all the information here that I need, I'll be back on at 8 o'clock. We're going to put the maps up for you so you can see here what we're watching in North Georgia. And you will always be able to take a look at radar and see what's going on here in our area. And I'll be back on again with you tonight at 8 o'clock, really in just about 11 minutes. back here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb with more extended weather coverage here as we are tracking these showers and storms that are moving through our area tonight into parts of northwest Georgia. We've got a lot to talk about. I want to kind of drive radar here and let you guys know what we're watching. Two new developments that we have here. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect right now for these areas of northern Hall County, also into Lumpkin County. These storms have a history of producing some really heavy rain. Now, if you've been on social media tonight, you may be seeing some videos of what looks like a tornado. This has not been confirmed, but the structure looks like it is a tornado that was earlier tonight around the Dawsonville Highway area and near Thompson Mill Road, where we have numerous videos that have been coming in there, where these storms here have been producing very heavy rain and strong winds and a little bit of rotation. Now, as I look here at rotation now, I'm going to kind of put this up here for you, and you can see that what we look for here for any type of rotation, we're not really seeing any signals of any additional rotation in either of these storms in northern Hall County or into parts of Lumpkin County. But we do have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect with this, and the National Weather Service is saying in their warning here, in fact, I just have the new information coming in right now, that sometimes when they issue these warnings, they'll say tornado possible. And they're saying that with one of these warnings here right now, that it is possible that we can see some rotation developing with that at any moment. So again, we do not have a tornado warning with either of these, but earlier we were seeing some rotation with that, not necessarily radar indicated rotation, but videos coming in from a lot of people who did see what actually looked like a funnel cloud coming down. Cody Alcorn is making a lot of calls on this as well. He told me that there was a little bit of damage in some spots. It could have been a brief touchdown, maybe. Again, it has not been confirmed, but you may be seeing some of these videos that are showing up here on your social media feeds of that potential tornado or some sort of rotation there with a funnel in parts of North Georgia. Now, again, this one for Lumpkin, Dawson, and Hall County, the one for Dahlonega. This is the one that had that potential rotation with it as it was more down to the south into areas of Hall County. Now, I want to put this back on velocity mode so we can get a closer look at this particular part right here. And again, I'm not seeing anything that looks too alarming here with any potential rotation right now, but just something that we're watching very closely. So I want everyone up in those areas of Hall, Lumpkin County, and into White County, really keep an eye on that cell there and just know that it's raining really hard and we have some thunder and lightning in association with it. And Gilmer County has reports of some trees coming down and some power outages as well. And then you can see that is part of the main line. What we're watching right here, these two cells here are ahead of the main line, and that's the one that caused some of that potential rotation there. We also have in areas of Fannin County and Gilmer County, that heavy line is moving in. That has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning for those areas of Fannin and Gilmer counties. You can see that right there. That's going to be in effect for another little while, I think until about 8:45. Let me put that up here for you, and you can see the expiration time of that warning. Yes, that's in effect until 8:45 for Fannin, Gilmer, and Murray County. As that line is moving over to the east, the main threats with that right now is we have wind in association with it, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We also have some hail in association with that too. And speaking of hail, I'm going to put this up for you so you can see what we're watching. So the hail that we have right now is not that impressive, just to the west of Mineral Bluff right here. Some hail with it. That's moving over to the east. We've got a little bit of hail just north of the Ivy Log area. We'll put this back to the reflectivity mode, and you can just see all the heavy rain and thunder and lightning with that. So that's the northern extent of these stronger storms in northwest Georgia. This also extends down into parts of Gordon County. This is approaching Ludeville once you get over into parts of Pickens County here, but this has been really heavy near Calhoun. We have thunder and lightning in association with these storms too, and we'll widen this out just a little bit more here, and you can see the additional storms that are coming in to areas of West Georgia now, where we have southern Floyd County, Polk County, and also Haralson County. You are now included in a severe thunderstorm warning as this line is pushing in with that heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and also the potential for some hail with that too. In fact, let me put up the hail query right now, and we'll see if we see any Okay, I'm not really seeing any hail with that, just a little bit there near Jacksonville, nothing too crazy looking with that. And here's a look at that severe thunderstorm warning for Bartow, Floyd, and also for Haralson County. That's going to be in effect until 9 o'clock tonight for those areas, Bartow, Floyd, Haralson, and also Polk County, as that line is moving in here, coming in from Alabama. Cleburne, Randolph County, you're also in a severe thunderstorm warning there as well. So this line continuing to move closer to the Atlanta area. Now, as we're watching these showers and storms coming in, the models are indicating they're going to be a little weaker by the time they get to Atlanta. That doesn't mean that they're totally going to be weak. We're still going to have some pockets of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning and wind, but maybe just not as strong as it was back into parts of Alabama. Now the sun is going down. We're watching our temperatures falling from a high today of 86 now into the lower 80s and upper 70s. And as we lose some of that daytime heating, the instability starts coming down a little bit more. And that's why we think these storms are going to weaken just a bit more as they continue pushing closer to the Atlanta area here later on tonight. I'm thinking they'll be in Atlanta most likely after 9 o'clock, probably closer to 10 o'clock when this will be in the Atlanta area, and we do expect it to be weaker too. Of course, we've got a big game going on right now, right here at Truist Park, and we hope that weakens somewhat. I do think that we will have at least some rain coming into Truist Park in just a little while as these storms continue to move on in. If you've been watching us on streaming here, let me clear this for you. And I want to show you our lightning count again. We did this at 7 o'clock. I'm going to do it again right now where you'll be able to see here. What I'm going to do is do a query of this lightning here over North Georgia back into Alabama. And I'm going to do these same areas here. And what we're seeing here, 553 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. Now, this number, it's a lot. It's still a lot of lightning. But when I queried this same part of the storm, now, you know, it is moving to the east a little bit, but it's capturing the entire area of the storm here. Earlier, at 7 o'clock when I did this, we had over 1,000 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. When I did this count at 7:30-ish, we had the lightning count, it was in the 700s, and right now it's at 553. So what this is showing us is, yes, it's still a lot of lightning. There's still a lot of lightning out there, but we're seeing the lightning count coming down a little bit, indicating that this entire line is showing signs of weakening. But it's still strong. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings there. Just this entire area is not as strong as it was a little bit earlier. And we think that this lightning count is going to keep coming down. Again, now that we're getting into the nighttime hours and we're not seeing as much of the heating out there right now either. Now, the other thing I want to show you here is the severe thunderstorm watch. This is for mainly northwest and west Georgia. This watch earlier was mainly for Rome, Floyd County, Bartow County, Cherokee County northward. But just before 7 o'clock, the National Weather Service added in these additional counties here to the south. Carroll County also added in Haralson County, Polk County, and Paulding County. Atlanta not included in this severe thunderstorm watch, but in anticipation of that weakening trend that we have been expecting, and that is what we are kind of seeing out there with these storms weakening a little bit. But again, they're still strong, just not as strong as they were back into Alabama. So depending on that weakening trend coming into West Georgia, will determine whether or not Atlanta is included in a severe thunderstorm watch, if they'll include us in it. So far, they have not done that. We'll wait and see as these storms again continue to move into West Georgia to see how they hold together there. Let me come back out and let's go back to radar where, let me just make sure we don't have anything new here coming in. So we have those two severe thunderstorm warnings, as we mentioned, up in Lumpkin County, Northern Hall County, keeping an eye on those. We have these here in Gilmer and Fannin. We have this in Murray County and also Gordon County. And then we have these storms that are still severe here coming into West Georgia. They're in Floyd County, also Polk County and Haralson County, with that line coming out of Cleburne and Randolph. Thunder and lightning with these. We have hail in association with them, and also those winds of about 60 miles an hour or greater. Let's go back here and look at the hail I want to see if I can pick out any other areas. We're not really seeing any other spots here along that line. Earlier, we had some hail cores within that indicating hail of an inch or more in diameter. Right now, you can see the gray color right here in Cleburne County, and also not really seeing much in Randolph County. So the hail cores with this seem to be shrinking up somewhat too, but we still have some really heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and also strong winds in association with this too, as that line continues to move in from the west, pushing over to the east with that heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and also those strong winds. What we've been doing here on streaming here at 11 Alive Plus and on Weather Impact 24/7 is giving you these extended updates. And I want to show you this tower cam. This is our tower cam in Rome, all right? It is showing here the rain that is coming down in Rome right now in Floyd County. Earlier we were just watching the darker clouds as they were getting darker and darker. Now the rain is there in Floyd County. You can see the flags as they are blowing right now with the wind that is kicking up too. This is going to continue seeing this rain here for a bit, as this is the heavier part of these showers that are rolling on in. Here is another camera that I want to show you. This is our camera there at Truist Park. Look at all those people okay, hold on just a second. Look at all these people in Truist Park right now. You're going to see that kind of freeze up here for just a second while I try to fix something. There are a lot of people at Truist Park right now watching the Braves and Dodgers game, and so far they're looking okay. You see all the folks there in the stadium? But it's getting darker to the west, and eventually some of those showers are going to be pushing in to those areas of Truist Park. I'm thinking it'll be between 9 and 10 o'clock tonight when they start seeing more of that rain that's going to be moving in. But we'll have to watch that very closely. Hopefully they can get that game in quickly. Here's a look at our severe threat for tonight. You can see that very large area of a level 3 of 5 risk that goes back to Texas through Louisiana, Mississippi, North Alabama, into areas of Tennessee and also to Kentucky. But part of that level 3 risk does extend here into northwest Georgia, and that is the area that's more favored for those strong storms, and that's what we've been seeing out there so far. Then north of I-20 and in parts of West Georgia, there's a level 2 risk. South of I-20, it is a level 1 risk. And that's why we're thinking, again, the timing of this coming in after sunset, as well as just not all the conditions are there over on the east side. That's why we think these storms are going to weaken just a little bit more. And then tomorrow, we have a level 1 of 5 risk for all of our area. And I wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center might increase part of this to a level 2 of 5 risk. As we're analyzing this, we're not seeing a lot of instability tomorrow, so it could stay a level 1. But I just want you to know that tomorrow there is still going to be the risk for some of these storms that can move through, and some of those could turn strong at times. So the main time frame we're watching really between now and midnight for these storms to push through our area. They'll be exiting after midnight, watching the storms moving through. Keep the umbrella with you, not only for tonight, but also during the day tomorrow as well, as we have those additional showers and storms that'll be moving through. And that time frame will be one area of rain mid-morning that'll be pushing through, and then another one coming in later on in the evening hours. Let's put this into motion here, and we'll kind of take a look at what we're watching with these storms. Again, I want to take you back up to these. Just a good bit of thunder and lightning with these in Northern Hall, also into those spots there in Lumpkin County and also White County. 2 cells that we're watching, one in Murrayville. This one that's moving up into White County, that's the one that had that suspect area where we were seeing a lot of videos circulating on social media of a potential funnel, maybe tornado with that. We're analyzing that and trying to get some more from that, whether or not that was an actual touchdown there. Our radar, and the National Weather Service radar, was not indicating any rotation with that. So it's just kind of interesting to see these videos that are looking really impressive there. Here again is a look at that main line coming through. And with this, I want you to notice this. You can kind of tell how, look at all the reds in northwest Georgia there, that northwest corner of the state. And then once this gets into Fannin and Gilmer County, yes, there's still some red and orange and yellow there, but it's almost like a lot of the red is starting to break up just a little bit more, indicating, again, that potential for some decreasing of intensity. Gordon County, still some good heavy rain there. I'm going to be interested to see if they're going to issue a warning for the rest of Pickens County, maybe the northern parts of Cherokee County in just a little bit, all depending on how this all holds together, continuing on over to the east. And then, again, watching these in West Georgia. for southern Floyd County, Polk County, and also into those areas, northern Carroll County, waiting to see if they're going to be included in a warning as this continues to move on through here over from the west coming out of Alabama. Cleburne, Randolph County, you again are in a warning there too. So I've been doing these updates every 30 minutes at least, and doing them for about 15 minutes long. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take you back to the maps. And if our web team is listening here, we'll take you back to the maps here and have those up cycling for the next 15 minutes. I'm going to come back on at 8:30, maybe earlier if I need to, just so we can do another update as these are inching a little bit closer to the metro area, and we'll be able to time out whether or not we are seeing additional signs of weakening before they get here to the Atlanta area. So stay with us. Another update coming up at 8:30, and then we will, until then though, we'll keep the maps cycling and rotating here so you can keep an eye on radar as these storms continue to move on through. Good evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. As we've been telling you all night long, we are coming on on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7, making sure you are able to keep up with what we're watching with these storms that are moving through our area. And these have been severe over parts of North Georgia and into West Georgia. They have not made it to the Atlanta area yet, although they will be coming into Atlanta most likely between 9:30, 10 o'clock tonight. The thing that we're watching, though, is we are looking for signs of weakening. These storms are not as strong as they were in Alabama, but they are still strong with very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. We have some hail in association with these and winds of about 60 miles an hour or greater. And I'm going to kind of break down the whole thing for you here. Number one, we have this line here that is still very strong, the strongest part right there from Rome southward, where we see that heavy rain that is from Rome and Floyd County down in parts of Polk County here and also into Haralson County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect with that. This stretches up to the north here and to the east, where you see in parts of Pickens County an additional severe thunderstorm warning in the northern parts of Cherokee County with this polygon you see right here. Then additional warnings from coming out of Gilmer and Fannin County into parts of Union County. And then this one right here is really interesting. I'm going to get in a little bit tighter to that one in the northern parts of Hall County, also into areas of White County and also Lumpkin County. Now, these storms are triggering right now a severe a severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, let me put the warning information on there for you right now, because this is going to be in effect for another 15 minutes or so. Hold on here. This will put this back up for you in just a moment, where I'll be able to kind of move that graphic out of the way so you can see what we're talking about here. In fact, I'll put this down on the bottom. So there are two areas that we're watching right here in the southern parts of Lumpkin County and into White County, where we have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This one has some really heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. This one that is north of Mossy Creek, moving closer to the Helen area, not too far from the Cleveland area, is where we have this cell that's been holding together for a while. And as this moved through North Hall County, we have been getting a lot of videos in of what looks like a tornado. It was a funnel. It was over Lake Lanier. Some are calling it a water spout. Others are calling it an actual tornado. And that's what it looked like. I've been looking at a lot of these videos here. But we were not seeing any rotation indicated by radar. And it could be that the radar beam, that it was such a shallow rotation with it, it could be that the radar beam was shooting up above it and didn't detect that rotation down at the surface. But Cody Alcorn is on his way to Gainesville. I'm hoping to get a live report from him in just a little bit, but he's going to go up there and assess. We have had some reports of possible damage up in that area too. But right now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. But in the text of that warning, the National Weather Service was saying that a possible tornado. So what we have to watch for that is the possibility that any rotation could redevelop with that at all. In fact, speaking of rotation, I want to just take a close look here at this, and I'm not seeing anything that is indicating any rotation here out of that right now, but it's something that we have to watch very closely. Again, it's really tricky sometimes with the radar beam coming from Peachtree City as to whether or not it was shooting over that potential rotation. Now, look back at these storms that we're watching right here. This is into Ivy Log. So we have these showers and storms. This is Gilmer County, Fannin County right here, over into Union County. We have that leading edge of these storms that are pushing in with heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, small hail possible. We were seeing some hail earlier that was a little bit larger. We're not seeing the larger hail cores with this anymore. We are seeing signals that this is weakening a bit as it moves over to the east, but it's still not weak. It's just weaker than it was in northwest Georgia and back into Alabama. So this line stretches down, again, through Gilmer County. There's Cartacay right there, and then down into Jasper and Pickens County, and to the northern parts of Cherokee County right here around Ball Ground, where we have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect. These storms causing that heavy rain, thunder and lightning, as well as some really gusty winds of around 60 miles an hour. Let me look at the hail product right here too, because I want to see if we have any additional hail with that, and then I'll check the hail track. So this is historical look at the hail that we had earlier. This is not actually live hail. These are the hail tracks that we had earlier with some of the hail that was moving on through. In fact, let me see if I can put this into motion here. And you can kind of see here that the hail was earlier, and now as this goes over to the east, we're not seeing as much anymore. I'll put this back to live mode, and we're not seeing the hail with it right now. But we did have hail with it. So that is showing a trend that the hail cores with this are getting a little bit smaller. Maybe some pea-sized hail still with some of these cells, but not a lot of hail in association with that right now. Let's go back to the reflectivity, and you can see all of the heavy rain still in association with these. We're watching this right now in southern Floyd and Bartow County, moving into these areas here. So here's southern Floyd, right here, there's Bartow, into Polk County, and also into northern Haralson County. A severe thunderstorm warning here along with that. I want to put the information on there for you so you can see what we're watching with that storm, where we have this is in effect until 9 o'clock tonight for Bartow, Floyd, Haralson, and Polk County. This is some very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning with that too. And Atlanta is just down the road from this. And if this holds together, we're going to see these storms continuing to move through and get closer to Atlanta. But we do think that it's not going to be as strong by the time it makes it here into the Atlanta area. Now, I'm going to do something here that I've been doing every time that I've been coming on here. We were on at 7, 7:30, 8, and now at 8:30. And I've been doing a lightning count on these storms to see what kind of trends that we can see here with that. And you'll be able to notice here, as I query this, I'm going to go into western Alabama and then include all of this in North Georgia, even up into those areas of Tennessee and North Carolina. Now, what I want you to notice with this is that earlier, when I first did a lightning count on this at 7 o'clock, we had more than 1,000 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. Then at 7:30, we had about 700 or so lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. At 8 o'clock, we had a little over 500. Now we have about 400 lightning strikes within a 15-minute period out of this entire same area. So what this is telling us is still 400, that's still a lot of lightning with these storms. But by seeing the lightning count coming down, this is showing us that there is a weakening trend that is taking place. Again, not weak, but just they're weaker now as they move closer to us. And so as we are seeing the sun has gone down, we had optimum heating earlier when we had highs today, please excuse me, of 86 degrees. Then we fell into the lower 80s. Now we're going to see these temperatures falling into the 70s with the rain-cooled air. So we're seeing a little less instability. The warmer the air, the more unstable it is. If this had been coming through when we had highs in the mid-80s today, these would be a lot stronger. So this is a weakening trend that is happening, and we expect that weakening to continue as this moves into the Atlanta area. And again, we don't think that's going to be until between 9:30, 10 o'clock, and maybe in the 10 o'clock hour when we see these showers and storms pushing into the Atlanta area. But just know that we are still expecting some rain. We're still expecting some thunder and lightning. We're still expecting some gusty winds. But at that point, they may not be classified as severe storms as they roll in coming up in just a little while here. So here again is what we're watching. I'll take this query data off right now. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and take the lightning off as well because what I want you to see here is that these storms are... I'll take that off really quick here. I want you to be able to look at the reds and oranges with this, and then I'm going to put this into motion. I want you to kind of see these trends. Now, this still looks impressive from southern Floyd into Polk County and also into Haralson County. Let's see here. This one right here, they just changed that a little bit here and took out a little bit on the west side of that warning there. That is for northern Cherokee County and into areas of Pickens County. But this still looks impressive here with the very heavy rain coming in, crossing over the line from Alabama into West Georgia, southern Floyd, Polk, and also into Haralson County. And then Cleburne County and Randolph County, Alabama, you've got the warnings there too. So let's put this into motion. And what I want you to notice are the trends that we have here. Of how the reds may be breaking up a little bit. The red color there is indicating that heaviest rain. So notice here, Again, it was stronger out to the west of us, but notice how the reds are kind of breaking up a little bit. Still very heavy rain with that. These reds are holding together pretty well coming in from Alabama. So this is still pretty intense there, just to the south of the Rome area. But then this still has to go through northern Carroll, Douglas, Paulding, Cobb before it makes it into the city of Atlanta. And that's going to continue that weakening trend a little bit more. And then again, I'm waiting to see if Carroll County and Heard County will be next in line for a potential severe thunderstorm warning from those storms coming out of Cleburne and Randolph just over the Alabama line. So just be aware of that. And whether you have a warning or not, just know that you've got some heavy rain coming, gusty winds, the potential for some small hail. And again, those winds could be 50 to 60 miles an hour because that's what we've been seeing with some of these storms as they've been moving in. And then y'all let me know in my ear if y'all get hooked up with Cody and if I could do a quick live shot with him. If y'all hear from them in just a little bit, just let me know. I'm sorry? Should be soon. Okay, so we hope that we're going to be able to get to Cody in just a little bit. Again, he and his photographer on their way to the Gainesville area where we had some really interesting looking videos of a potential tornado that was there, or if it was over Lake Lanier, possibly a water spout there. So that's what we're going to be watching there for those areas of North Georgia, Northern Hall, and that's what's moving up through White County right now where we have that other severe thunderstorm warning, which is right here for those spots in, again, Hall County and up to the north. Actually, Hall County has just been taken out of that severe thunderstorm warning. It's mainly for White County now and parts of Lumpkin County as well with these storms that are rolling on through. I'm going to step out of the shot here. I'm going to change a couple of our tower cams and I'm going to show you. In fact, I'll go ahead and put the tower cam up so you can see what we're watching here. I'm first going to put up this tower cam that is in Rome. And you'll be able to see here that we've got some good heavy rain coming down. Now, I know this is dark. It's hard to see, but you see some lightning there in association with those storms. And what you're going to see there, again, is just more of this rain coming down and plenty of lightning with those storms. Hold on just a second. I'm going to try to change this a little bit for you. And with that, I'm also going to show you a camera out of Lumpkin County. That is going to show up here on the screen in just a moment. Out of the University of North Georgia, our camera there in Dahlonega. This is about to show up on your screen here. And again, we're mainly seeing just some dark clouds with that, but you see the lightning in the distance that we're watching in areas of North Georgia as well, in the Dahlonega area. This camera is looking toward the campus, and you can see that lightning that's going to keep flashing here in a distance every once in a while. And then I also want to show you what we have going on right now at Truist Park, where we have a lot of people right now in Truist Park watching the Braves and Dodgers game. And this rain is going to be coming in just a little while, most likely closer to 10 o'clock there on the west side. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that, hoping they can get this game going. Another thing I want to show you here, the Severe Thunderstorm Watch. It has just been expanded a little bit more. So now the Severe Thunderstorm Watch, earlier, excuse me, it was only for Rome, Bartow, Cherokee, northward, and then they added in Polk, Haralson, Carroll County. Now Douglas and Cobb have been added in. Paulding County is in that as well. And now additional counties, Cherokee County, Gilmer, Pickens, Fannin, over toward White County, Forsyth County here, Hall County, White County. So all of these areas have been added to the Severe Thunderstorm Watch until 11 o'clock as these storms continue to move in. So far, Fulton County, the downtown area, is not included in that. Now let me take you back to the radar. I want to show you again this cell that we've been watching in North Georgia that went through Northern Hall and the Gainesville area that has a suspect circulation with it from earlier with some impressive videos. Let's go live now to Cody Alcorn. Cody is in our 11 Alive Weather Impact Tracker. Cody, you have been scouring social media, seeing all these videos. You've actually talked to some of the people who actually shot these videos, and you're in contact with some of the folks there in North Georgia. Are you hearing about any damage with this? Because the videos are looking pretty impressive.
Yeah, we've spoken with emergency management. They are confirming that there are reports of trees, some power lines down off Cochrane Road, which matches the video, Chris. We've seen video I've shown you. One woman sent me video from her son. He was at Lakeshore Mall there in the Gainesville area and shot the what appears to be a tornado, really good circulation from a distance. We've also gotten some video right there on the lake as a man and his family can hear the kids in the background screaming, "Whoa, look at that." You can hear them in the background as that tornado, what appears to be a tornado on the ground, kind of skims over the lake. And there's actually a boater out on the water. So a pretty interesting afternoon, evening for that boater to be looking up and all of a sudden see what appears to be a tornado right in front of them. But we've seen about 4 different angles, Chris, of what does appear to be a tornado. Of course, we say appears because, again, National Weather Service will confirm that. But that matches because that video was taken off Dawsonville Highway off of Thompson Bridge Road, and Cochrane Road, where EMA says some of that damage is being reported, trees down, runs right off Thompson Bridge, which matches kind of the area where that tornado, we believe, was seen touching down. And I'll tell you, Chris, a lot of people are asking, where did this thing come from? But I think it goes to show, you guys always say anytime that you see severe weather, I mean, these things can happen in a split second. Even if it's on the ground for a few seconds, they can cause quite a bit of damage.
All right, Cody, thank you for that live report. And I know that you're going to have more on this for us tonight at 11. And we might hit you up in some of our other reports coming up here streaming in just a little bit. But right now, those videos, Cody told me about it. Then he showed it to me and I was like, wow, because a lot of times we'll get people sending in a video of what we call a scud cloud, which is just a low-hanging cloud, and they'll think it's a tornado, and we can kind of tell with the structure that it's not. But these videos, I think it looks impressive. Now, what's interesting is whether or not it would be termed a waterspout if it was over Lake Lanier. And it might be a water spout that developed there, and then when it hit land, maybe caused some damage and then broke up. So that might be a little bit of a difference, but a tornado, it's still like a tornado that's over the water. So there might be some meteorological semantics with this, but as I saw the video earlier, it did look very impressive. We'll have that for you coming up tonight at 11 o'clock on 11 Alive News and here on 11 Alive Plus as well. So Cody will be joining us back here in just a little while. Hopefully, once he gets some more information in on that, as well as tonight at 11 on 11 Alive News. So I'm going to take you back as I'm kind of keeping an eye on these storms right here as they get a little bit closer to Atlanta. We'll take a quick break right now. We're going to go back to the maps here, rotating, just to give us a little break to kind of reset everything. I'm liking what I'm seeing in northeast Georgia, where some of the reds here. Notice how a lot of that is breaking up a little bit more. Hopefully, we'll continue to see more weakening as this moves into Rabun County and into Habersham County and those areas there. Here's Habersham right here. And into White County, that warning has expired. It's no longer in effect. And we'll see if they issue any other ones. But that looks like that one is beginning to shrink up. And then these here in northern parts of, so we have this in northern Cherokee, again, they're in Pickens, and in northern Dawson County, keeping an eye on that part, as well as these over in West Georgia that still look impressive as to whether or not they will issue any new warnings that would come into Paulding County, maybe into Cobb County, or eventually into Fulton County. So stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. We'll have the radar looping here on your screen here on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7 here on 11 Alive Plus. And then I'll be back with you for another extended weather update coming up at 9 o'clock at the top of the hour. severe thunderstorm warnings now as this line moves from Alabama through west and northwest Georgia, now approaching the Atlanta area. These storms are not in Atlanta yet, but they are getting closer to us here. But you can see this line that goes from North Georgia here, North and East Georgia, stretching all the way down to the south and west, and then goes all the way as far south as Cleburne and Randolph County in Alabama, including parts of Carroll County and also Heard County. Where you see these yellow boxes or polygons, this is where we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. Now, I'm going to break down all of these warnings for you in just a moment because they do include parts of Cobb County, Douglas County, Carroll County, Heard County. This also goes into those areas there of Paulding County, Bartow County, Cherokee County included in that. There you see Cobb County, moving up, as I mentioned, Cherokee County, Pickens County, and then in North Georgia through parts of White County into areas of Lumpkin County, moving up into Union and Towns counties as well. We're going to analyze these storms in just a moment, but I also want to show you something really interesting that we've been watching tonight. I'm going to take you live in just a moment or two to Cody Alcorn, who is in our 11 Alive Weather Impact Tracker. Here's a look at this video first. We're getting a lot of videos in from this. You'll notice here, in the distance across Lake Lanier there in northern Hall County, what looks to be a tornado. Now, this could be termed a waterspout since it was over water, but this is a very impressive funnel of what looks like there going over the water there in the northern parts of Lake Lanier and near the Thompson Bridge Road area and near the Cochran Road area. And actually, we have had a few reports of some damage there as well. We did not have a tornado warning issued. We weren't really seeing any indications of rotation on radar. It could have been a quick thing. It's also something where maybe the radar beam was shooting over it since this was kind of a shallow looking system there. So this has got a lot of people buzzing on social media as we have numerous videos that have been coming in. So that is just one of the videos that we do have. Cody Alcorn is on his way up to northern Hall County. In fact, he may have already made it up there right now. Cody is joining us right now live from our 11 Alive Weather Impact Tracker. Cody, you have been analyzing a lot of these videos and talking to a lot of the people who have been sending these videos in. First off, tell us where you are right now, and have you found any of the damage yet? We're even getting some reports of potential damage there near where people were shooting those videos.
So we're on 985 right now. If you're familiar with the area, we're about at exit 20 to get off at Candler Road, Gainesville area. We're about 9 miles from Cochran Road. That's where we are heading. But I'll tell you, Chris, some of the video we have, we've gotten, at least I've gotten 2 different vantage points of what we believe is this tornado or water spout. One from Lakeshore Mall, which is on Dawsonville Highway. The other video that is very impressive right over the lake is from Thompson Bridge Road. All of that's right there near Cochran Road. What I'm also getting, I just got this video, or I should say pictures into me. This is from actually Thompson Bridge Road, where that video was taken of that twister going across the lake from Lakewood Baptist Church. The pictures that I'm looking at right now, you can see several trees are down kind of right in a row of this Lakewood Baptist Church here on the driveway. There's also some damage to their shed here as well. Again, Lakewood Baptist Church, if you're familiar in the Hall County area, if you're watching. So these are some of the first pictures I'm getting of damage. We talked to emergency management. They also confirmed there are trees and power lines down on Cochran Road, which runs off Thompson Bridge Road, which that's why we kind of think that, you know, whether it was a water spout or in fact, tornado, if it was a water spout, it kind of went on land and did cause some damage, because we're seeing some now pictures, Chris, of trees that are over. But again, I think one thing that a lot of people are talking about that are messaging me, sending me pictures, is the fact there was no tornado warning. But this is not the first time we've seen that. I've been here 3 years now in the Atlanta area. We've seen a couple of times where these twisters have spun up, which I think very important why people should always be alert anytime we have severe weather in the area, Chris. And I'll tell you, we're getting off 985 right now, getting on to East Butler Parkway. So we should be there within, I would say, 15 minutes. So if we're still on, of course, we'll let you know what's happening out here.
Cody, I'm going to show you what we were watching here. You know, we've been concentrating on this main line that was coming in from Alabama. But this here, right there, this was right there in the northern parts of Hall. So this right there, that was around 7:30 or so when what we call a discrete cell that developed ahead of that main line. That's where we had that potential rotation there that was over the north end of Lake Lanier. And again, as you mentioned, as it moved over from the water over into land, that we may have had some damage that was there as well. But then most likely that's when the potential waterspout or tornado then lifted, most likely once it came in contact with the land there. So this is going to be something that is going to be studied here. As we mentioned, not a tornado warning in effect. Our radar was not showing any radar indicated rotation there either. What we're going to do is there is another radar site up in Gwinnett County, actually at Gwinnett College there, or Gwinnett University there along 316, where University of Georgia and Georgia Tech have teamed together to put in another different band radar there. We're going to be checking out, seeing if we can go back and find out if, since that is a little bit closer, as to whether or not there's any type of confirmation on radar of actual rotation coming in there. But those videos that Cody was showing us do look very impressive. As he gets there, he's going to be talking with some of the people who saw the videos and shot the videos and actually saw that funnel that was moving through. And we're going to have more on that for you coming up tonight at 11 o'clock. But first, let's concentrate on what we have going on right now. As you can see, these yellow polygons indicating where we have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect right now. As I mentioned, it goes from these areas of Union and Towns County into parts of Lumpkin County, northern White County, over into Pickens, Dawson County, seeing that, Cherokee County, East Cobb, northwestern Cobb County, also into parts of Paulding County, Carroll County, and down into Heard County. Douglas County is included. So a lot of counties included in these warnings along that line. Now, what's going to be interesting is right now we're at 9:07. We were expecting these showers and storms to be coming into the downtown area between 9:30, 10 o'clock. And that time frame looks like it's going to be kind of right around what we're thinking there. We have the Braves game going on. In fact, I'm going to show you our tower cam right now at Truist. This is looking over toward the west. First off, this tower cam, yeah, there we go, that's Truist. You can see a lot of people there in the park. This is the Dodgers game that's going on, Braves-Dodgers, and I don't even know what inning we're in. I've been concentrating on this weather so much, but looking toward the west, it'll be interesting to see if we see any lightning here from the distance, and we're most likely going to see that rain coming in most likely within the next 30 to 45 minutes there over Truist Park. And so we'll see what they're going to do about the rest of the game, if it's going to be rained out then, or if they're going to wait for it to move through to see if they can resume the game a little bit later. Here is another one of our tower cams. This is I'm sorry, that's the same Truist Park camera right there. This one is, well, that's all I can show you right now. Yeah, let's see here. Let me see if this one will show up. Our tower cam over the city of Atlanta. From our Arizona Avenue camera, looking over toward the west. And again, we'll keep an eye on this as we're looking to the west, because the showers are coming from this direction, to see if we see any more of that lightning coming in as these storms are going to be getting closer to the Atlanta area. And you can see those here on the side. This camera here is up in Blue Ridge, where we have raindrops on the lens, and we had some good heavy rain coming through Blue Ridge just a little while ago. So let's go back to radar, though, so you can see what we're watching here with these storms continuing to push on through. And I'm going to put this into motion. And what I want you to notice here is, number one, these are not as strong as they were earlier in Alabama. We still have reds and oranges in here. We still have a lot of lightning, but notice this right here in North Georgia. See how this was a lot more impressive coming out of Murray County and Fannin and Gilmer County, with a lot of reds and oranges and a lot more lightning. Now that this is over north of Murrayville, still some reds and oranges, but just not as much, and not as much lightning with it too. That's showing us that that's weakening there on the north side, but still strong enough to prompt a severe thunderstorm warning. Also watching these coming out of Rome, moving from Floyd County, from Polk County, moving into Paulding County, Bartow County, and then into Cherokee County. Yes, we still have reds and oranges with that, but again, not as much lightning, Not as much red and orange there, and it looks like the line is breaking just a little bit. So that's why we think by the time this gets into the Atlanta area that it will be a little bit weaker by the time it moves in here. Now, what I'm going to do, if you've been watching us throughout the evening hours tonight, I have been doing a lightning count on these storms from western Alabama to well to the east of Atlanta. Okay, so this number's back up a little bit. So earlier we were showing the lightning count that came down into the 400s. Now it's in the mid 500s, but I really think that that is because of this intensity where we're seeing more lightning back into this part of Alabama. But what we're seeing over North Georgia, excuse me, actually looks like it is weakening a little bit. I'm going to do another query on this right now. Let me clear this one. And I want to show you the lightning numbers that we're watching right now. And I'll include really just from Birmingham, Montgomery, over into West Georgia. We've got about 156 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. So not as much lightning, still a lot, just not as much, indicating that these storms are weakening as they continue to move over toward the east. And here you can see as we put this into motion, our radar's kind of catching up there, where the reds kind of breaking up just a little bit more. So in Atlanta, yes, we're going to have rain coming in. Yes, we're going to have some thunder and lightning. We're going to have some wind, but maybe not as strong as it has been in Northwest and West Georgia and over into Alabama. A little bit weaker by the time it gets here. So we'll wait and see if the National Weather Service is going to extend those warnings, excuse me, into Fulton County, or whether or not they're going to go with special weather statements, which is possible here. I just got word that we have a new video that's just come in from that activity up in North Hall in Gainesville. All right, this is one from Johnny Allgood. Now you can see somebody there in Lake Lanier. In fact, maybe this video is being shot by somebody in Lake Lanier as well. But that is a pretty good looking structure there of rotation and a funnel. And if that, you can't tell where it is, if it is touching down at all, most likely over water there as a potential water spout, or if it's over land, that could be termed as a tornado. Now, this still has to be confirmed by the National Weather Service. Here's another view of that. And what we're going to wait to see is from that other radar site that is up in Lawrenceville, if we're able to determine. There's a better view of that. That looks like it is kind of coming down there on the water. So very interesting to see these videos coming in, and we're going to keep kind of analyzing this through the evening hours, and Cody will have more. All right, let's get back to radar. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued, and this is now including the polygon is now into Atlanta and the west side of the perimeter. This polygon right here, the latest that just came in as I was showing you that video out of the Gainesville area. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Cobb County, DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties. This is because of this part of the storm right here. Again, not as impressive as it was earlier, but you can see North Fulton, Central Fulton, South Fulton included in that. Douglas County, Cobb County is included in that as well. And then just a little bit of North DeKalb, maybe around the Dunwoody area, and right there at Sandy Springs, where we have this new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect, and it will be in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. And that goes along with the time frame that we've been telling you all along, thinking that these showers and storms would be arriving in the Atlanta area, most likely 9:30 or 10 o'clock. Excuse me, right now we're at 9:15 or 9:13, 9:14 actually, as this is closing in on the city of Atlanta with those heavier showers and also the thunder and lightning with this too. Let me make sure. Yeah, lightning is still on here. I'm not seeing as many lightning strikes. I was making sure I didn't turn off the lightning, but we're not seeing as many lightning strikes right now. But this is the part that has the heaviest rain with it. South of Kennesaw, about to move into Smyrna. So we've got the Braves game going on right here, all right? So the Braves now are in a severe thunderstorm warning. The Braves, Truist Park is inside this polygon now where we have a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is all about to move in. Not as much lightning with it, but they're about to get some heavy rain and strong winds in association with that too. I want to look at the hail as well to see if we have any hail. I have not really seen much hail with these storms as lately as what we saw a little bit earlier. Let me just look at this really quick. No, I'm not seeing any hail with that, or no hail really showing up with those storms in North Georgia either. So let's go back here, and you can see that it's mainly heavy rain, not a lot of lightning, but gusty winds with that too. And that latest scan that just came in right here, showing that kind of, still looking impressive there in North Fulton County into Roswell. So even though DeKalb County is included in this warning, it's a little sliver of North DeKalb, right there around Dunwoody, between Dunwoody and Sandy Springs, where we see this getting a little bit heavier. So since we're talking about Truist Park, let me go back and look at this camera we have at Truist. And there are still a lot of people there in the stadium. Now, we can't tilt down to show the actual field because of broadcasting rights there, but we can show the people in the stands there. So I don't know if the tarp is on the field yet, or if they are. They have a great grounds crew there at Truist that keeps up with what's going on with the weather. But hopefully, if those storms are getting, as they are about to close in on Truist, and now there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and Truist Park is inside the polygon, they're most likely going to tell some of these folks, maybe stopping the game and telling some of the folks there to go into a safer area. And again, I can't really tilt down on this camera to see if there is any, the camera looks to be shaking a little bit as the winds are starting to kick up just a little bit more, but we can't tilt down to see if they have put a tarp on the field or anything yet. Speaking of that, the severe thunderstorm watch was extended a little bit more over to the east and south, and the severe thunderstorm watch also does include Cobb County, also Douglas County here. Earlier, it stopped at Paulding and Carroll, but now Douglas County is in it, Cobb is in it, Bartow has been in it all along, but now this extends over into those areas, getting over to Forsyth County, also into those other areas. So we have Floyd County, Bartow County, Cherokee County here. Also, there we see Forsyth County, Hall County, that line up to the north. All those counties in orange. Still where we have the severe thunderstorm watch in effect. And this is going to be in effect until about 11 o'clock tonight. And then they will let this expire. And that's pretty much going to time out with the back edge of that rain is going to be exiting these areas. And we will no longer see that watch in effect there. So let's get back to radar. I want to show you here what we are watching with these cells. And there's the main part right there on the west side, closing in on the city of Atlanta, where we have plenty of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Now, again, not seeing as much lightning here closing in on Atlanta. There is some lightning up to the north here into parts of right there on the Cherokee and Bartow County line. We have lightning there. More lightning back near Floyd County and the Rome area. And then more of this back into parts of Randolph County near Wedowee. That's what's about to move into Heard County. And then we have these with some lightning down into Coweta County as well, where we have some heavier rain coming in near the Noonan area. I'm going to put this back on our tower cams because I want to show you a couple of other tower cams. This is going to show you what we have, again, going on at Truist Park. I'm going to walk out and go put some other cameras up. I'm going to look at the Coweta County camera here. It's going to take me just a second to get that going for you. And you can see the other cameras there on the side. We have the Atlanta camera at the bottom right-hand side. And then we also have the our other camera looking westward toward Atlanta. But I want to show you Noonan that's going to show up here in the big screen. Where we have some rain coming down. You can see the wind is blowing, that camera's shaking. Look at those trees there at the bottom. You see that wind really kicking up there? That's with those showers and storms that are moving into Coweta County right now. I also want to show you our other tower cam. This one's going to be a little bit darker. This is at Northside Hospital, looking northward to the King and Queen building, and you can see the flag on top of Northside Hospital blowing there. Also notice the wind that is making our camera shake a little bit more. That's from some of those storms that are on the north side there too. And then while I'm here, I'm going to show you, this is going to be dark as well, but this is up near University of North Georgia, where you'll be able to see here the visibility is low now because the heavy rain, you're looking down on the University of North Georgia in Dahlonega, and the wind is coming up there pretty good. And with the heavy rain that's coming down into parts of Lumpkin County. So we're giving you a good kind of tour of what we're watching here in these spots of North Georgia. And I'll put this back here on our, there you just saw a lightning strike there at the University of North Georgia. And there again is Truist Park. So I'm going to leave it set on that one because we're going to check back on that in just a few minutes as we're seeing the rain that's going to be over Truist really at any moment now, pushing in from the west, continuing to move on through. Now, let's go back to radar. We're at 9:20 right now. Let's go back to this really quick and okay, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's for that area just down to the south that we just showed you just a moment ago for Coweta County and Fayette County. Let me put this up here for you. And you can see this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. I was just showing you that camera there where we have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Coweta, Fayette, Fulton, South Fulton, and Meriwether counties. So this is just clipping a little bit of South Fulton. Fayette, you're in that. Coweta County is in that as well. And this goes down to those areas there into parts of Meriwether County too. The northern part of Meriwether County, just kind of clipping that just a little bit as these storms also have moving northeast at 15 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and the possibility of some nickel-size hail. I want to put the time of arrival on here for you so you can see where these storms are actually going. And I'm going to do this part of the storm right there, moving to the east at about 15 miles an hour. So that's not moving too fast here. That's going to take it into Moreland at 9:40. You can see this right here. Moreland at 9:26, Raymond at 9:40, Turin at 9:55, and then into Sonoya, if that holds together, it'll be there around 10:13 for that time of arrival with that main part of that storm continuing to move on over to the east. And again, not moving that quickly either. Here, all this is in motion. It's going to take a second for the radar to come back on. But what I want you to see here, when you're looking at our Doppler radar, the reds and oranges indicate that heavier rain coming in. And we also have the lightning on here too. And notice that this looked more impressive in Alabama. A lot more reds, a lot more oranges, a lot more lightning. Now that this is coming closer to Atlanta, we're seeing some of the reds and oranges disappearing a little bit in North Georgia. Still some of the reds and oranges holding together here on the west side of Atlanta and moving into Atlanta. We have a new lightning strike there. That's really close to Truist. So I'm hoping that they're moving people out of the park right now and telling them to go into the covered areas there. Truist has a safety plan where they tell people to go to. All right, you see there on the corner of the screen, right over here, this is Truist Park. You see the raindrops hitting the lens. So we were expecting this to come in at any moment, and now you're seeing that is moving through, coming into Truist Park right now. And the camera is shaking a bit too, as we have those stronger winds that are kicking up with it as well. So this is right now coming in on the west side, heavy rain moving in. We have these severe thunderstorm warnings there that are in effect from Helen to the north of Gainesville. 1, 2, 3, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings on the west side here. All of these contain some heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and winds that could be up to around 60 miles an hour. The Weather Service is saying the potential of up to nickel-size hail, although our hail product is not seeing that out there yet. It could be some smaller hail there in association with these storms moving over to the east. So these are about to close in on the city. Do you see that lightning from that camera right there? That is our camera at Northside Hospital looking north up Georgia 400 and the King and Queen building. So I'm just going to go ahead and hang with you guys now instead of going down and coming back on at 9:30. It's 9:23 right now. I'm just going to stay with you because I know that you're hungry for this information, especially as this is pushing in on top of the city right now. But again, hopefully a little weaker than it was just a little bit earlier here. I want to, since we're seeing a little bit of that lightning, okay, so Atlanta Braves say the tarp is going on the field. Hold on, I'm getting this tweet from them right now. The tarp is going on the field. We are currently in a rain delay. We will provide updates as soon as they are available, all right? So that is the latest that we have on that. Let me check one more thing really quick. New information in right now also from the Weather Service. We are seeing some radar indication of brief microbursts with some of these smaller cells around Noonan. The environment looks supportive of this in general, suggests and localized damaging winds potential. So that's that severe thunderstorm warning area in Noonan. They are seeing potential microbursts. What that would be really small areas of sinking winds that would cause some wind damage there. Again, not necessarily tornadic damage or anything, but the radar is indicating these little small microbursts possible there within these cells that we're seeing. And wow, that's really, look at that, how these are really getting a lot more impressive looking, where you see these just kind of form there and then blossom up to some stronger storms there, a lot more reds showing up with that heavy rain and also the wind. That could have been, okay, that may have been, okay, what I want you to see here, and I'm going to see if I can do this slower here, all right? So I'm going to go backwards. Okay, what you're seeing right here, I'm going to try to show you this as I'm driving this at the same time. So this goes back to 902. This is an outflow boundary, all right? From these storms that you have in West Georgia, this little bit of green that you see right here is an outflow boundary. It's almost like another little mini cold front, all right? What happens is, so here's Peachtree City right over here, Coweta County, Noonan right here. As I advance this a little bit more, all right, I'm going to kind of walk you through this here. Notice that outflow boundary, boom, right there. You see these storms starting to develop in that outflow boundary. Like again, like a mini cold front that kind of generates its own little weather there. So this, again, we'll take this in a little bit more. Watch how that grows and grows and grows a little bit more. So that outflow boundary from these storms over to the west are causing these showers and the signs of maybe some little mini microbursts that are going on with that on the south side. That would be indicative of not only the heavy rain, the thunder lightning that we're seeing there, but also what we're seeing with some stronger winds in association with that too. And let me just make sure I'm not seeing any hail out of that right now. So south of Noonan, really close to Moreland, the gray that you see right here, see this? Let me move on this side. This is in East Noonan. The gray that you're seeing there, that's most likely some small hail with that. And also south of Long Street, we have some smaller hail in association with that too. So this is something interesting to watch there on the south side. We're getting another new severe thunderstorm warning on the north side with this part right here. Let me check that really quick to make sure that I'm giving you the right information here on this. This is Cherokee, Dawson, Fulton, Forsyth, and Hall. So let me plot that up here for you, where we see this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. With this part of the storm, especially that part in northern Hall County, in the northern part of the polygon here in Hall County. But this is for areas of Dawson, Forsyth, Fulton, and Hall counties right here. So this is North Fulton right there into Forsyth County and the northern part of Hall County right there. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 10:15. The main threats with this are 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and some penny-size hail possible with that too, pushing on over to the east. So these holding together pretty well. Still classified as severe storms closing in on the city of Atlanta. Dude, I understand we have a new information in from Cody. Cody, if you can hear me right now, they're going to pop you up. And you have been looking for the damage, investigating this potential waterspout / tornado in North Hall, north of Gainesville. Tell me what you're finding so far.
Yes, so we're actually on Cochran Road, and I'm going to take it and show you what we actually just found. We cannot go any further because this is a tree, a large tree that has covered the entire road here on Cochran Road. And I actually believe these are inmates that are out here helping clean up. It appears they are in gear. So I think they are out here helping with the cleanup in this area. This is just off Thompson Bridge Road, Chris, which we saw what appeared to be a tornado with good rotation or a possible water spout come across, and this is the area that I've been hearing that had some of the trees down, power lines down as well. Getting some reports on social media as well that over by Vista Ridge Apartments, which is just about 2 miles from where we are, they also have some damage in that area too. So again, it's just kind of spotty around this area where we saw the high wind. We saw hail up here as well around the same time that we saw all of that video from multiple different angles of what appears to be a tornado coming across the area. But again, if you're looking right now, this is Cochran Bridge Road, or Cochran Road that we are on. This is right off of the Thompson Bridge Road where some of that video came from. And that is a very large tree there that is down. You can see the trunk there right in front of that man as he's walking back. You can just see that across the roadway. So this is the first we've come up on it. Again, it took us about 40 minutes to get up here with the rain. We saw some lightning in the distance as well, and the wind started to pick up here too, Chris. But just wanted to give you an idea, we are starting to see some damage around the area. We saw what is believed to be a tornado come across this area. So as we learn more, we'll definitely let you know. Again, they have what appears to be some inmates out here helping with the cleanup. They haven't started on this yet, but we saw some power line crews down the road as well. Of course, we're trying to get some more information as we go live at 11 p.m. as well. But as we find more, I'll let you know, Chris.
Okay, Cody, thank you so much for that. And again, we are still watching these warnings that are on the south, right through Atlanta, to the south of us and north and east of us. They did just clear a few counties here from this warning for areas of Paulding County. Let me make sure I give you the correct counties because there's so many counties here in that. They just cleared Bartow, Cherokee, West Cobb, Douglas, and Paulding from that warning that was right here just a moment ago. So they've cleared those counties from that warning, but we still have these warnings here moving through the city of Atlanta right now. I need to check something really quick here. I mentioned that we're going to be checking one of the other okay, I was just looking to see, we were going to check another radar up at the Georgia Gwinnett College to see, and I don't have any reply on that yet, but anyway, the video is pretty telling of that up in Hall County. And then as to whether or not, since we can't see exactly where it's touching down, whether or not that's going to be classified as a water spout. So a water spout is really a tornado over water. And again, here is that video right now. And or if it's going to be termed an actual tornado. So again, there's just some meteorological semantics there with that. But there's going to be a lot of studying that's going to be going, again, looking at the damage that Cody is getting, if that lines up with these videos. And that's, Cody is saying that this is in that area where we saw these videos. But again, that is on the north end of Lake Lanier, where we're seeing, again, could be termed as a water spout, could be termed as a tornado. But the video evidence is pretty telling here that does look pretty obvious of what we think of what it is. We also are having reports, I don't know if Cody can still hear me, also getting reports of maybe damage near the Lakewood Baptist Church, but I know Cody's there looking at other stuff too. So anyway, a lot to watch here with these storms coming in and through our area. Let's get back to radar because I want to show you, excuse me, what we're watching on the south side with these storms around Coweta County. I want to look at that Coweta County camera one more time. This is in remote 59 that I'm going to pop up here. So we were seeing some really strong winds there in Coweta County. Okay, there you see some of the lightning still in near Noonan. We were seeing these trees and the flags blowing pretty briskly a few moments ago in Noonan. Now that has calmed down a little bit. We still have some rain coming down in Coweta County, but I wanted to check that camera and then zoom in here tighter to what we are seeing in Coweta County because we're still indicating some heavy rain there. So what I was just showing you is Noonan right here. There's Noonan right there. But the heaviest stuff has just moved to the east of Noonan. Still some really heavy rain, and we do have some lightning with that. Along down near Moreland is where we have a little better coverage of that lightning here. This is pushing into Peachtree City. That's our radar site right there, coming in from Peachtree City at the National Weather Service up toward Tyrone. Really heavy rain and some gusty winds with this. And this camera behind me, that is our camera right there at Northside Hospital, looking toward the north, toward the King and Queen building. You can see Northside Hospital, the flag blowing on top of the building. This camera here is at Truist Park, where we have that heavy rain coming down. The tarp is on the field there, as this is really coming in, that really heavy rain coming in on top of Truist. So there's a couple of areas we're watching, really multiple areas we're watching, but this leading edge now is well into the metro area, closing in on the city of Atlanta with this heavy rain. It's that part right there, at 285 and 75 there on the north side where Truist Park is located. So really these two cameras that you're seeing here is what I'm showing you on radar. This is Truist right here, and so that corresponds with right there what we're seeing at 285 and 75 right there at Smyrna. That's Truist Park. The other camera you're seeing right here is Northside Hospital. That's right here at Georgia 400 and 285. So that's the heavy rain on top of that camera shot at Northside Hospital. This is the heavy rain on top of this camera shot at Truist Park. So this is confirming here our tower cams. We use all the tools that we have to show you what's happening out there, not just showing you radar. You can see the heavy rain at Truist. You can see the heavy rain at Northside Hospital. This is Georgia 400 and 285 at Northside, red indicating that heavy rain. This is 285 and 75 right there. That is where we have that heavy rain over Truist Park right now too. So this is confirming what we're seeing using our tools here with our cameras to show you what we've got going on. And so all of this is about to close in on the city of Atlanta. This is on the north side of the perimeter, right here, and on the west side of the perimeter, going to be moving inside the perimeter. This yellow line you see here, that's where the severe thunderstorm warning for Fulton County cuts off. And it does go in to a little bit of DeKalb County right there from Sandy Springs over toward Dunwoody, where we have this heavy rain that's coming in right now there on the north side. That's going to keep pushing over to the east, including more of DeKalb County. We'll wait and see if the National Weather Service is going to extend this warning into DeKalb County or maybe into western Gwinnett if these storms hold together and are still at severe status. Also, we're keeping an eye on areas of Clayton County too. You can see some of the lightning in those cameras. Speaking of Clayton County, I also want to show you what we're watching here with our tower cam at the airport. And I'm interested to see, so right now the airport looks okay. Earlier, well, we still have 30-minute delays showing up there at Hartsfield, but I think that Hartsfield's about to get some heavier rain coming in, so we'll have to watch to see if they have a ground stop and if these delays grow anymore from the heavy rain that's about to come in there right now. And you can see, well, I'm pretty sure that was lightning from the distance. You've got a lot of lights flashing there. This is just a general light flashing, but I did think I saw some lightning flashing in the distance there in the sky. Just want to make sure I didn't get those kind of confused there with this system coming in. And then again, here is Truist, another big shot of that. And then let's go back to radar as we see these storms that are now closing in on the city of Atlanta with some of that really heavy rain coming in. This really down to the south looks like the strongest part right here, through Coweta County, moving into Fayette County, southern parts of Fulton County. That still looks pretty impressive there. Those started off from an outflow boundary coming in from the storms over to the west of us, and then we saw these new storms just really kind of blow up and generate, and then they all merged together. In fact, I'll show that to you again. Let's put this into motion here. All right. I just am fascinated by this as a meteorologist when we can show you how this is working here. And I'll slow it down in just a second. But what I want you to see first, these storms over to the west of us starting to fall apart a little bit. As they fall apart, an outflow boundary, that green that you saw coming out of that, almost acting as like another mini cold front, another wind surge coming in, and then we saw these storms blow up from that outflow boundary through parts of Coweta County and into Fayette County. And I'm going to show that to you again a little bit slower here. So I'm going to just kind of manually do this loop. I'm going backwards here. So notice here those storms coming through Carroll County. All right, a lot of reds and everything there, starting to weaken a little bit. Then from that, this green right here is indicating where we have an outflow boundary coming from these collapsing storms. So as I advance this, watch this green right here, South Fulton County and down into Coweta County, where from that we see this happening, okay? This is new storms developing. You see the red and orange here, red and orange there, red and orange there, along that outflow boundary, all right? Now watch what happens. So this is at 9/11. Then watch what happens when we advance on into 9/18 and then 9/23. Those new storms from that outflow boundary growing and merging here to the south. Now let's continue to move forward here, and you see these storms merging even more, now looking more impressive. So these are new growth, new storms from the collapsing storms that were to the west. And that's the part that looks a little more impressive right now in Coweta County, Fayette County, southern parts of Fulton County. This is about to move into Clayton County. Right here, that right there, you see that? That's Hartsfield-Jackson. I'll prove it to you if you don't believe me. Right here, you can see the runways and taxiways right here, Airport Boulevard. That is Hartsfield-Jackson. So in just a few minutes, all of this heavy rain that is down to the south and to the west is going to be moving in over Hartsfield-Jackson. So we'll check that camera coming up in just a little bit, and I most likely they would have some additional delays, and they may have to put a ground stop in, possibly there. For those areas on the south side near the airport. Let me just check one more thing and see if we have anything new coming in. They're going to allow the warning for Carroll, Douglas, and Heard counties to expire at 9:45. All right, let me show you those. So that would be, okay, this part right here, this is going to expire at 9:45, and they won't issue a new one there because of that new growth with this storm that they have covered with this severe thunderstorm warning there. Still watching these. Now, what I'm going to be interested to see is once these storms move through Atlanta and North Fulton, where we have these thunderstorm warnings, it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to issue new warnings maybe for Gwinnett or DeKalb or Clayton County or Northern Henry, or maybe back into Hall. They do have part of Hall included in this part right up here, but to see if these hold together and if they're going to be strong enough for any new warnings to be issued here for those areas of Gwinnett County again and into DeKalb County as that all moves through the city of Atlanta. These are weakening somewhat, but they're still strong. They're just not as strong as they were when they were back into Alabama and into West Georgia. So this weakening trend is happening, but they are still strong enough to give us these severe thunderstorm warnings with the 60-mile-an-hour winds, with some small hail with those two. And we'll see again if they're going to hold together or if the Weather Service is going to move to issuing severe thunderstorm, actually special weather statements. We'll have to see about that. What I'm doing here is I'm over, let me look at the severe thunderstorm watch. It looks like they may be taking, yes, they did. They're taking some counties out while at the same time adding some new counties in. So now these counties in northwest Georgia are no longer included in the severe thunderstorm watch. They were going to be in effect until 11 o'clock there. Now they're adding in some additional counties. So what I'm going to have to see here is, let me query this really quick and see if that expiration time has changed, especially for these over in Oconee County. So yes, there are new counties now in a new watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. Let me get a good view of that right here. So they are now a new expiration time for, they've canceled Bartow, Dade, Murray, Whitfield, Catoosa, Floyd, Polk, Tortuga, Gordon, and Walker. Those are now canceled, but now the new counties that are in it are, the counties that are still included, we've got 20 of them: Butts, Barrow, Clayton, DeKalb, Fayette, Fulton, Gwinnett, Henry, Newton, Rockdale, Walton, Banks, Jackson, Coweta, Heard, Lamar, Meriwether, Pike, Spalding, and Troop. And now the new expiration time is 2 a.m. So let me change this on here really quick. for those counties, so you guys can see that here at the top of the screen. It'll say 2 a.m. So these on the south side most likely will still expire at 11, but it's those new counties over to the east that will be in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if they cancel this a little bit early, depending on whether or not these storms continue to show weakening as they move over still to the east. But we still have these, okay, now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for including those areas of Gwinnett County. So this is now just issued less than a minute ago. DeKalb, Clayton, Fayette, Fulton, Gwinnett, and Henry. So that's this part right here. All right, let me concentrate on this part. In fact, I'll move this over a little bit so I can point out it this way. As these storms go through Atlanta, they're now moving into the rest of Fulton County. We have really much of western Gwinnett now included in this brand new severe thunderstorm warning. DeKalb County, also northern Henry County, Clayton County, and into a little bit of Henry County I mentioned there, and moving on down to the south here, we still have this one that's over into areas of Fayette County. So that's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. DeKalb, Clayton, Fayette, Fulton, Gwinnett, and Henry. I'll put the expiration time on here so you can see when it's going to expire. That will be at 10:30 tonight. So as those storms continue moving over toward the east, we now have a row of additional counties included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Gwinnett, the rest of Fulton County, you've got DeKalb right here, northern parts of Fulton County, and also into areas of Clayton County on the south side and parts of Fayette County too. We have some new information coming in from Cody. Are we taking him live or just looking at his shot there? Cody, can Cody hear me or am I just taking that shot? So that's it. Yeah, Cody, tell me what you got there. Sorry.
I just figured I'd rather you. So you mentioned Lakewood Baptist Church. We're right next to it. You can actually see these guys here. There are trees down all around the church. They actually have their chainsaws out here working to clear some of these areas. We're at Vista Ridge Apartments, which I mentioned that a few minutes ago when we were over on the other side of the lake on Cochran Road. But you can see these guys here right next to the Lakewood Baptist. We're in the Vista Ridge Apartments. Again, we're seeing just these trees laid over, uprooted, and across the street from Thompson Bridge, there's also another apartment complex with huge trees that have been uprooted. But again, this goes all the way down their driveway here. You can still see some trees as it kind of focuses in where this car's coming up. Trees are down along this area as well. So there is kind of a general path that we have seen from some of this damage as we've been out and about. Of course, it's dark. We don't get to see a whole lot. We got here about 15 minutes after 9 when the sun had already set. But we are getting more videos of some of that rotation that appears through this area. We are starting to see some more lightning here as well in the Gainesville area. If you're familiar with the area, again, this is Thompson Bridge Road. We're right next to Lakewood Baptist. This is Vista Ridge Apartments here, and you can see a neighbor bringing some water out to these guys who are helping clear this debris. We saw what's going on Cochran Road. Cochran Road is shut down. The folks over there told us there are about 4 large trees down. Thompson Bridge Road has no damage on it, but again, it's these little side roads here around Lakewood Baptist, and of course, over again on Cochran, we're seeing some of these trees down, Chris. But I just want to jump on here and kind of show you what we are seeing on the ground.
All right, Cody, thank you so much for that. You have been on top of all of this, number one, with these videos that were coming in earlier, as well as finding this damage and able to get that out to us here on streaming. And this is what we're here for, folks, on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7, where, you know, it might not be a situation where we have to break into programming on 11 Alive. We usually do that with tornado warnings, but we're able to come on here on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7 to show you long form of what we're seeing with these storms moving through. And we know you're hungry for information here with this, and we hope that we're able to give you that information, not only what we're seeing on radar, but what we're seeing on our tower cams, using all the tools possible to confirm what we're seeing out there, as well as Cody has been doing a great job. And I'm sorry, I don't know which photographer he's with, but it's a 2-person crew, but they're doing a great job being on top of this. And I mentioned the Lakewood Baptist Church to him a few moments ago, and he was right there next to it and got that video of the trees down too. And Cody will have a full report for us, live coverage coming up tonight at 11 o'clock as well. If we may try to get him some more information. I know he's got to get his stuff ready for the 11 o'clock show, but we may kind of go back to him between the 10 and 11 o'clock hour here. Now, I mentioned earlier this brand new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for these areas here of the west side, including North Fulton County, moving up toward Gainesville. Now, this is where Cody is right now in Northern Hall. He was mentioning the rain still coming down and seeing some lightning flashes. That is from this right here, North Hall up toward Mossy Creek there into southern White County, including the Gainesville area. That's the lightning that he's seeing there as those folks are out trying to clean up. And then here is that other warning that has been issued for those spots. This is for Forsyth County, so there's two of them here. This one right here from Forsyth County into North Fulton County, into Cobb County, down into parts of Douglas County. Then this newest warning is to the east, and the National Weather Service is saying that they're really issuing this warning to be safe, that all of what the qualifications for issuing a severe thunderstorm warning are on the lower end right now, as again this is weakening as it moves to the east, but they're issuing this warning to be safe, to let people know, okay, these storms are coming together, are still out there. They're not as strong as they were, but we could see them pulse up again possibly and get a little bit stronger, like we saw these down near Peachtree City a little while ago. So they went ahead and issued this new warning, severe thunderstorm warning for Gwinnett County, DeKalb County, northern parts of Henry County, down into Clayton County, parts of Fulton and South Fulton, and that goes down toward Fayette County. It's really this part down from Coweta into Fayette. This really looks like this is the strongest part that we have right now. This is for this severe thunderstorm warning in Coweta, there along 85 here, moving into Fayette County, the southern parts there of southern Fulton County as well. And with that, I want to go back to our tower cam. I think I still have this up here. Okay, that's Truist with the raindrops still coming down. This is Coweta right here, where the flag is still blowing. You see some of the lightning there behind the courthouse clock tower. Flag blowing. These trees aren't blowing as briskly as they were earlier, but we have a lot of the dark clouds there. Still some flashes of lightning. It looks like that heaviest part is just to the east of Noonan at this hour. We'll go back up to radar and confirm that for you. Here. And we can see there, yeah, so there's Noonan, the camera that I just showed you in Noonan, which it wasn't raining as hard, but the heavy rain is just to the east of Noonan, right along 85, crossing over 85. They're on the east side, moving into Fayette County, really heavy rain in Tyrone, Fayetteville, into South Fulton County there around Union City coming through too. I want to go back to the airport tower cam as well because we have some of that rain. We've got some raindrops here on the lens that you can see right there. And I'm looking to see if we have much action on the runways and taxiways. I'm not really seeing any planes moving around right now. And let me put on here any delays that we have going on right now. Still showing 30-minute delays. And so we'll wait and see. In fact, okay, there you just saw a good bit of lightning there. I'm going to hold that up for just a moment. I want to check one of my sources over here on a different computer where I want to look and see if we have any new information here from the FAA about any potential, whether or not there's a ground stop there or not. Okay, so this is... Let me wait here really quick, guys. As you're looking there at Hartsfield-Jackson and all of our tower cams that we have. So Atlanta is still just showing those 30-minute delays that we're watching. Departure delays. Yeah, and that was really some old information. So we'll wait and see if they're going to have to have a ground stop as they're about to see some of that heavier rain that's going to be moving into Hartsfield. Really, we've got some rain coming in there already. but if that's going to slow down traffic anymore there at Hartsfield-Jackson. There's a plane landing, so there is some activity going on. So it doesn't look like there is a ground stop right now, and I couldn't find, no confirmation of that on the FAA website either. So out of this entire area, what I want you to see here is, again, we have rain, we have thunder and lightning, we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, but as this moves over to the east, it's not as impressive as it was earlier. Even this over Atlanta, pockets of heavy rain, some thunder and lightning, some gusty winds with that. This still is the strongest part right here in Coweta County, northern parts of Fayette County, moving into Clayton County, South Fulton County. That's the strongest part that we're seeing right now along 85. And then out to the west in Carroll County, still some moderate to heavy rain coming down. Rome is still getting some moderate to heavy rain, but just not what it was earlier. You already had the heavy storms come through your area. Now this is just some of the lingering rain that is left behind right now. So really, if we can just get this one on the south side to start calming down just a little bit more, that would be a nice sight to see, because the other storms that we see are showing signs of weakening a little bit, especially those over Atlanta. But this one from Luthersville, again through Coweta County, Peachtree City, on up into parts of Clayton County, that is where we have the heaviest rain and most of the thunder and lightning that is happening out there right now. And speaking of lightning, while I'm here, let me zoom out. And this, I'm going to do a lightning count just out of that main part that we've been watching here. And we'll be able to see, I'm not including that in West Alabama because I didn't include that earlier. 62 lightning strikes. So this has gone from 1,000 lightning strikes over Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia, now down to 62. Now, I'm not including these because that is new development that we weren't counting earlier. And that's going to stay away from us. So that's really pushing on down to the south here. So the fact that the lightning count is coming down, we're seeing a lot of the reds and oranges disappearing as this moves through Atlanta and pushes on over to the east, showing signs that these are weakening, but still, these on the south side are holding together pretty well. This is going to show you the loop here. So these on the south side still holding together pretty well. And this was new growth coming in from an outflow boundary. So this is kind of revitalize these storms in Coweta and Fayette, and these are holding together moving into Clayton County. So, and that's going to push into South DeKalb in the northern parts of Henry County. That's why we have that new severe thunderstorm warning that is over to the east of us, south and east of the Atlanta area, with that latest warning that was just issued there. So we'll see how these hold together. And again, those storms still extending up into far northeast Georgia too. So the weakening trend is welcome. We hope that will continue weakening here as these move over to the east. And we're going to see most likely some of these warnings expire here at the top of the hour. Let me just scroll through these really quickly here, and we'll put these up on the screen for you. This one up in far north Georgia in Hall, Lumpkin, and White, that one is set to expire at 10:15. I think that that will expire at that time. This one for Dawson, Forsyth, and Fulton, also set to expire at 10:15. The one in Cobb, DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton is set to expire at 10. I really think that one will expire on time because they've already issued another one downstream. This one is set to expire for Coweta, Fayette, Fulton, and Meriwether until 10 o'clock. So that one, I do believe they may hold on to it a little bit longer as that moves over to the east. They may add some counties to that. So we're going to see a couple of these polygons disappear in about a minute and a half when we get to the top of the hour. But then we'll see if additional ones are going to be issued, maybe more down to the south into the rest of Meriwether County, possibly into Spalding, maybe Pike and Lamar. We'll wait and see because this is pushing over to the east and it's still holding together pretty well. And again, this one to the east of us is still going to be in effect there for a little while longer as we watch those storms there on the south side still looking pretty impressive. But for the most part, as this moves over to the east, we think a lot of this is going to be falling apart. We do see some new growth coming out of this right here in western Gwinnett. We'll see if that explodes or not, going into Oconee or into areas of Jackson County. So we'll have to see how that develops over the next little while too. But it's just really interesting watching these storms coming in, how they interact, how they collapse, and then an outflow boundary develops from a collapsing storm, and then new storms develop with that. And that's what we witnessed there down in Coweta County with some of that heavier rain and the thunder and lightning. And that's the strongest part of the system that is moving through right now. We're coming up on 10 o'clock. I'm going to hold with you for a little while longer here, and then we'll most likely take a little break so we can reset for the 10 o'clock show. But I'm going to stay with you on past 10 o'clock now. Where did I come on, at 9:30, or was it before that? We just never really stopped. Or did I come on at 9 and I've been talking ever since? I don't know. So we're going to stick with you here past the 10 o'clock hour because this is the core of these storms moving through the heart of the city right now in the metro area and pushing off to the east. And I really want to see what happens after the 10 o'clock hour, as we're going to see a couple of these polygons disappear, and then see if the Weather Service issues anything new out of those storms as they continue to move on over to the east. And still, these on the south side are the ones that are looking a little more impressive right now, just to the south of the city. So we're just now at 10 o'clock. We'll see if any of these additional warnings are now going to expire here. Some of these are going to hold on until 10:15, and then we'll see if any additional warnings are going to be issued here. In fact, let me look at these really quick here with the severe thunderstorm warning for this one. Again, that one was supposed to expire at 10. Okay, it did. It just disappeared. All right, 2 of those just disappeared after the top of the hour. And so the only ones we have left right now are these. Okay, so we saw the ones for Cobb, North Fulton, South Fulton, Douglas. That just expired. But we still have this one to the east of Atlanta and south of Atlanta. These 2 are still in effect until 10:15 for that little bit there for Scythe County, moving into Hall, pushing up into areas of White County. I really think these are supposed to expire at 10:15. I don't know if they'll let those go till 10:15 or if they'll cancel them earlier, but just not as impressive right now. But this is the one that's still a little more impressive, with these storms coming out of Coweta and Fayette, moving in to Clayton County, southern parts of DeKalb County in just a little bit here, as those storms are still holding together pretty well with some heavy rain and also the thunder and lightning here on the south side. Let me go back to our tower cam at the airport because we should be seeing, we've got the wet runways. You see more of those raindrops on the lens, still showing 30-minute delays. I just don't think that's updating correctly here, but we've got a lot of, you can see, the rain's coming down. There is good visibility where we can at least still see the tower here, but you can see the lights reflecting on the runways and taxiways, and there's a look at some of the lightning that we have at Hartsfield-Jackson with that rain. Again, confirming what we're seeing on radar with that rain coming down right now. And we'll wait and see how that impacts Hartsfield-Jackson. Also at 9 o'clock, we're getting a new update. Okay, so I'm going to need to go in and edit this for you because this is a new update where we have no longer seeing the category 3 or the level 3 of 5 risk. So I'm going to take that off here, and then we'll zoom in and you'll be able to see that really large area of the tan color that we were showing earlier, where we had this level 3 risk, is no longer in effect, but we're still holding on to the level 1 on the south side, the level 2 here on the north side, as we're tracking those showers continuing to move through. So the level 3 for northwest Georgia, no longer in effect, but the level 2 on the north side, level 1 on the south side is still there as we're tracking these storms moving through. And I expect they may take that away later tonight as these storms continue pushing on over to the east here. And again, show those signs of weakening. Another look at the severe thunderstorm watch, where they have now expanded that to include more counties over to the east, and they've extended it until 2 a.m. I do think that these counties on the west side will disappear from this at 11 o'clock, but from Atlanta eastward over toward Athens and up in North Georgia, that is a severe thunderstorm watch that's going to be in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning as those storms continue to move over to the east. But with that weakening trend, we will see if they're going to allow that to cancel a little bit earlier. What they're doing now is they're going to be issuing additional severe weather statements instead of warnings. As we can see here, there is a new statement, special weather statement for Banks, Jackson Hole, Barrow, Gwinnett, and Walton. All right, so they're going to allow these warnings to expire most likely at 10:15 and then issue additional statements there just saying, hey, these are still strong, but they're not strong enough to be a severe thunderstorm warning. Still winds 40 to 50 miles an hour. In fact, let me see if that's what they're saying out of that. For Banks, Jackson Hole, Barrow, Gwinnett, and Walton. Also for the Fayette, South Fulton, Meriwether, Troup, and Coweta. So they just canceled the warning for Dawson, North Fulton, Forsyth, and Hall. So you just saw that polygon disappear. Remember, these were all connected here. They just let this one, they just canceled it. It was supposed to expire at 10:15. But they just canceled it, and they just canceled the other one too, all right? So right now, the only one we have in effect is this severe thunderstorm warning, which is to the east of Atlanta and to the south of Atlanta. This is supposed to be in effect until 10:30. We'll see if they hold on to that until the 10:30 hour is over. But it's really because of this down on the south side, this part from Forest Park into Clayton County, this is still strong here. That's why they still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect there. But for the most part, that is the last one that we have that'll be in effect until 10:30. So all along what we've been thinking is these storms weakening as they push to the east. They did hold together to be strong into Atlanta. And we had those severe thunderstorm warnings in effect through the city of Atlanta. But now that they're pushing to the east of the city, still heavy rain and thunder and lightning, but the wind fields are not as strong as they were. We're not seeing the hail like we saw earlier. So they are allowing these warnings. Number one, these on the north side were canceled early, but still has some heavy rain with it, but it's no longer classified as severe. This is most likely either going to go through 10:30 or they will cancel that one early as well, because really the only part we're seeing that is still pretty intense here is this on the south side. And then these in Coweta County are weakening too. Now we still have some rain behind this, light to moderate showers, still coming down, but that's not severe over in West Georgia. This is the only part, this leading edge right here that we're still watching that has the potential of some of the strong winds and some of the thunder and lightning and maybe some small hail with it. But we do think that that's going to be a little weaker as that continues to move on over to the east. In fact, let me put this into motion for you, where, again, we're watching those on the south side. And again, this part, Forest Park, Clayton County, still looking impressive here, all right? With that heavier rain going through the northern parts of Fayette County there, that's weakening somewhat too. So we're waiting to see this weakening, hopefully going into northern Henry County. Maybe these won't even make it, be strong moving into Rockdale. These still looking impressive in eastern Gwinnett. That's going to be moving into areas of Barrow County and then into Jackson County. Oh, yeah, so that's true. I've got to do some live updates coming up on television here in just a moment. So I think at 10:10, yes, in about 3 minutes, I'm going to come down from our continuous coverage that we've had here on 11 Alive Plus, but you will still be able to watch the maps, all right? The radar will still be there. We now have to do some stuff to prepare for the 11 o'clock show and do some live cut-ins on 11 Alive here in just a moment. But the good news is we have been with you off and on since these storms moved into Northwest Georgia, beginning at 7 o'clock tonight. We did a cut-in, a 15 to 20 minute long update at 7 o'clock. 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8:30, and then we've been on since 9 o'clock as these storms have been moving through the city of Atlanta. And that's what we love about our streaming app that you're watching right now, that we can do this extended coverage and not have to worry about people complaining about missing their network show. And we can kind of keep you up to date with what we're watching here as these storms move through our area. But these are showing signs of weakening now as they move on over to the east. We still have this last severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but really it's this part around Forest Park that looks the most impressive. And then this coming out of Gwinnett, even though we don't have any other warnings with that, we'll keep an eye on that as we leave here. Let's do another quick look at our tower cams. We have Truist Park, where, again, the stands have been cleared. There's still some people, it looks like, sitting there. Raindrops still on the lens, and I think I just saw a lightning strike there, too, a lightning flash. So we'll wait and see. I haven't gotten any new information on the Braves. I have them on alerts here that I get from their tweets. But they are still in that rain delay there. Then we have Coweta County, which is looking a little bit better. And we're getting some new information here. Special statement for Butts, Upson, Gwinnett, Lamar, DeKalb, Newton, Clayton, Fayette, Meriwether, Pike. Just saying that those storms there on the south side, where they are not issuing a warning, but they're just issuing a statement there saying that we have winds of 40 miles an hour and some thunder and lightning there on the south side. So that is an indicator too that they are not going to issue a new warning out of that. They are issuing special statements for it. And this one is most likely going to expire on time. Coming up in just a little bit at 10:30, they may let that, they may cancel that a little bit earlier. So what we're going to do now, it's 9:44. 10:09:46. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up here at 10:10. I think they're hearing me out there. We're still going to have the maps up. They will be looping, and you'll be able to keep up with this rain as it's moving through. I'm going to do some live cut-ins on 11 Alive, and then prepare for our 11 o'clock show tonight. So stay tuned for that. you.